Okay, so we're here over there. There we are. Okay. And we're taking the exam now. So here we go. I will not be looking at this. So a clock is running. We have 2 hours here. And I will not be looking at the chat. Okay, so there's a question about a syntax for HTML. Okay. Question about void elements. Okay, question on. Okay, so okay, I'm just gonna put it here. Can't zoom in on it or anything or increase the size. That sucks. Okay. Your software isn't very accessible for taking the quiz, for taking the exam. You can't use the keyboard very effectively. It's a question about applying classes. Yeah, you can't use. Okay. Questions about iframe elements. Users inputs that are used to manage the audio playback in an audio element. So you have 50 questions and you have 2 hours to do this. Oh boy. Okay. Classes have. The hell, man? Is it on that side? It is. Why? 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 Be more constructive with your criticism. Oh, God. Okay. Inline quotes. Oh wow. Okay. The Q element is I think what we used. That's a bit odd considering that it wasn't really covered. Okay. Sure. That's a bit of an odd question to include. But sure, it was like in the... All right, whatever. What is the difference between semantic and presumption? Okay, well, I shouldn't say that. Yeah, about another HTML question. Yeah, okay. Just a lot of syntax questions so far. Almost up to, I'm on question 9. A thing about descriptions too, description lists, which we didn't really touch on that much. Okay, well, this is fair. There's a question about certain elements that the things we did with the non-textual. We went on that rabbit hole for non-textual stuff, trying to understand what the hell they meant by that. Just things that don't have text, but then like you're wrapping it around things with text. What are we talking about? We're wrapping it around something with text, but we're calling it non-textual. Weird. There's like a jet go by or something. Some rattling outside. Not like the walls aren't shaking, the room's not shaking, so I don't think it's like from earthquake or anything. Just heard a lot of rumbling. Maybe somebody was moving something on the walkway, like a big cart or something. Alright, talking about grouping elements together. There's questions on forms. Oh, it's a good thing it covered. This question is very pertinent. I did like go back, and it's a good thing I did the review, because if I didn't do the review, I wouldn't have any idea what they're talking about here. Or they're talking about form association for labels. Hmm. That's funny. This question on type attribute. Where talking about WCAG. You can't pause the exam. You can't like walk away from it. Basically, I am happy that it's not like doesn't appear to be like recording me or anything, which is nice. Definitely appreciate that. It's just a gentleman's agreement here, a gentle person's agreement to not cheat. I do kind of take issue with some of the verbiage on this one, though. This one question that I'm on right now. I'm not going to say what it is, but it's related to accessibility. I would just rephrase it differently. Actually, no. On a second thought, I think it's fine. It's fine as it is. The scope is right. It was a good thing we did the review, because I would be struggling with a lot of these ones. A lot of like syntax things and a lot of like, what is the element? Like, what do you put here to make this happen? And it's just like, okay. It's kind of some things that you could look up when needed, but we did cover all of it in review, so it's fresh in my mind. It is in my working memory still, apparently. Talking about ARIA roles. Oh gosh, I am struggling with this one actually. We didn't really uh we didn't really touch on this ARIA role categories. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if this is a fair question because we didn't, like, you didn't really cover it in the course that well, that deeply. And then to be asking questions about specific role categories. We didn't really do that. It wasn't in the review. As best I can tell. Yeah, I take issue with this one question. If you are, if anybody is watching, this is probably very boring, but I'm taking the Pre-Code Camp responsive web design certification right now. I have about an hour and 40 minutes remaining on the time. I'm on question 17. I can't show the content, and I'm not going to ask that. Well, I could show it. That would be bad. That would be not a good thing for me to do. And I'm not going to tell you exactly what the question is that's on the test, but to give a feel for what is covered and like what to really focus on, because it is quite a large course with a lot of different content, really just for doing the basics of HTML and CSS. So you won't be able to see anything that I'm doing. I'm just talking about it as I go along. And when I'm done with the exam, then we'll take a look at my results. But I am struggling with this one. I'm trying to reason through it, like why it would be a category. Why things wouldn't need to be a category. But I don't know. Like, I don't understand this one. I'm gonna have to look this stuff up after the fact. I hope I remember it. So put a pin in this, whatever time it is. It is not, oh gosh, I didn't remember what time I started. So I don't know how far into the video it is. But when I'm talking about question 17, whatever. Yeah, I need to go back and review if that's in there in the notes. Question about list markers and stuff. It's mostly syntax. Mostly syntax here and definitional questions so far in the first 20 questions so far. And they're like, there's obvious wrong answers um, for many of these questions, and so like it's pretty easy as far as like a multiple choice quiz goes or exam goes, where you can easily eliminate some obviously wrong ones. Okay, don't take issue. I definitely don't take issue with knowing about viewport height and width and the syntax there. That's one of the big things that we kind of utilize throughout the course is understanding how the viewport affects the rest of the document and how you can create responsive pages by keeping in mind how the viewport is affecting HTML elements and the styling of HTML elements in the hierarchy. What is this? Okay, so we're talking about pseudo classes. More about pseudo elements. I imagine that they have a huge like test bank, so the questions will be different for each exam that you take. I don't think that they're going to repeat the questions if you have to do a retake, so that would probably be a bit of bad form then if they did that, but I'm not entirely sure how they structure this. So I don't know if the question number and the topic is gonna, when I say that it's question number 23 is, talking about colors, I don't know if that's gonna correlate across all different versions of the test. Of course, gotta have a question about the box model. It's the probably the most important idea in styling web pages today. A question about flex layouts. And default for properties if you don't set them. Mostly syntax so far, like 26 questions in. So we're like way ahead of pace here. So hopefully it doesn't get any trickier cognitively. But otherwise I need to pick up the pace. But I think I'm doing good so far. We're more than halfway through. It's been mostly definitions and syntax. A lot about default behaviors. Syntax surrounding animations. So far, I think that you should probably expect to have one question from every single module, or at least maybe not every single module. Is there 50 modules? I don't know if I didn't count them. I should have counted them. There might be more than 50 modules. But so far, it's been pretty broad. The coverage between HTML and CSS. They might lean more heavily CSS, because that was like a huge part of the course. So far, no computer basic questions, so that's interesting. Your mileage might vary, I bet. Ooh. Talking about grid layouts. We're covering all the bases here. Oh, another grid layout question too. We got 2 grid layout questions. Lucky us. Now we go back to HTML questions on elements. Yeah, I guess that's a fair question. About headings. Ooh. Yep, circling back around now to 2 HTML questions in a row. Now we're on a 3rd HTML question in a row. I think like the first 5 to 8 questions were on HTML. And then a huge block of CSS. Now we're going back to HTML. Up to question 34 with an hour and a half remaining. So far, I feel nearly 100% on 32 of the questions, and I kind of had to just take a stab on question 17. So I think we're doing great. I forget what we need to pass, but I'm sure that we'll break that. I'm sure we're going to pass. Okay, back to some pretty basic HTML questions. Oh, we did a good thing we did a deep dive on this stuff. Open graph tags. Something that can affect SEO. Okay. Ooh, that's a tricky. Oh gosh, I hope nobody has dyslexia. This might be a tough question. Trying to. There's some attractive distractors. Not if you don't carefully look at each letter. About an initialism. Oh gosh, this is a tricky one. So this would be in the category of computer basics. This one question that I'm looking at right now, about paths, relative and absolute paths, and it's a little tricky here. Because it really depends on your operating system here. Okay. 42. Question number 42. We're on. More about HTML elements and their purpose. Question number 46. We're gonna finish this in with lots of time remaining. Yeah. Another question about format association. They covered both of them. Interesting. So if you get one right, although actually no, this is like you can't I don't think you can logically reason your way through trying to get both of them right. If you just compare the two. I think you do need to know what it is they're talking about. Okay. Not a bad question though. You need to go back to one of the earlier ones. Because that one was, there is a multiple choice question with a not thing, and yeah. Yeah, okay. And that was an example of something you can just logically eliminate. One of the options from a different question. Okay, I think we're done. I feel pretty good about it. Yeah, finished all the questions. Just gonna go through make sure I didn't accidentally click something wrong that I didn't intend to. Okay, and it's a good thing I did, because you have to actually submit the question to change a previous answer. You can't just change it and then move to the next thing. You have to submit the question. I think we're good. I think we got like a lot of this. It's been added to the moderation queue. Once moderated, we'll be able to view our results on Free Code Camp profile. Still be able to make changes to the exam while we have time left. Okay. In progress thing there. So we won't get our results, I guess, for a little bit, but we'll see. So we are done with that. Let's hang on a second. I gotta open up my other stuffs here. Okay, follow me over here. Okay, so we did the exam. I think we passed. I think we're gonna do some LinkedIn games. I think it's good to take some time to relax here. What I'll do is we'll get the Pomodoro timer going, but since we spent 1 hour doing that, we're going to reduce the number of Pomodoros to 8. And so let's get the Pomodoro timer up. And this will be my little break here. I play a little bit of LinkedIn games here while we wait for maybe possible moderation thing. I don't know what they do with it. There we go. That was an easy one. We could have gotten it done in less than 10 seconds. Okay, so we gotta go around this way. Up, we gotta go up. No, wait a minute. Because we gotta block this one off. And do that. There we go. There it is. I was really bad at this at the beginning. My spatial awareness and spatial reasoning was not very good. Oops. We could not find the 5. Let's move this down here for a second. Oh, we can place the 4s. There we go. Use the 4s. 3's got to go there. Yeah, we don't know where the 6 and or the 1 goes there. 1 or the 6, 1 or the 6. 2 has to be in this region. We place the 2 there. And then we need the 1 there, and then the 6 there, and then the 1 here, and 2 there, and then the 6 there. There we go. We're starting to get it. Starting to come together. Starting to come together a bit. Let's see, 3 and the 5. Okay, so 3 has to be here, 5 has to be over there. Ooh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You need a 6. We need a 1 and a 3. So we need the 1 and the 3. 2. No, we need a 5 here and the 6 there. We need 2 there, 1 and the 6. Okay, 2 and the 3. 2 and the 6. Okay, this took longer than I was hoping. It takes I'm really slow with the Sudokus for some reason. I just don't see the patterns. I don't see the patterns like I see the patterns here. I see the patterns. Okay, there's 3 here. So it's got to be that way, that way, that way. There it is. Yeah. Nobody else played yet? Really? It's 10 o'clock. On the West Coast. You didn't play yet? Oh, they're just embarrassed, bud, because I embarrassed them yesterday. With my puzzle skill. There we go. Now we can move along here. Figure this stuff out here. Oh, I could have gone faster. I could have gone faster with that one. Yeah, we always top the charts. I don't know anybody smarter than me. Actually, there's everybody's smarter than me, but I'm just better at puzzles. Connection between 2 things that may be common or covalent. Bond. Application for preparing text document. Word up. And they ruined it. They ruined everything. They ruined their office. They ruined Windows. It's like, how do you just, like, over the past 5 to 10 years, they've just destroyed Windows. They've destroyed Microsoft. On farewells, like fish that you can have. Be careful eating. Bony? Cross a river in a shallow place or automobile company that produces a Mustang. It's a Ford. Okay, so I put that here. Oh no. I put that here. No? I put that here. No, I put that there, and then I put this there. That's the 2. A word for fixes to the outside of an OMA. Okay, so, what? Body work? Is that what we're talking about? We talking body work? All right, pinpoint is the last one, right? Or then there's the wend. Should do that one as well. Wheat, is this a beer? Beers? Wheat beer? Wheat cereal grains? Whole? Things that can be whole? No. Beer force? No. Multi-grain force? Fortified? Iron fortified? No. Fortified. Wheat force. Delta wheat? Delta force. Gosh dang it. I keep spilling coffee on myself. And then I have to pour water on myself and be like, that's got nothing to do with coffee. Clean the shirt. Okay. Quit force. What? Jedi wheat? Jedi force. Wheat majeure, force majeure. Wheat. I don't know. What are we talking about? Wheat and force. Wheat and force. Wheat force. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I can't think of anything that would fit for both of them. Wheaties, forces. Oh my gosh. Let's go to Free Code Camp and see if they got our exam up on there. Or if streak of 1. I don't like these things. I don't like the like streaks that you can't like specify. I'm going to work on it on these days. That you have to like commit to. Oh, you have to do it absolutely every single day. Every single day, otherwise the streak doesn't count. Like, let people make their own decisions about like how frequently they want to keep a streak going. Be better. Be better that way. So I still have time on that thing, so it's probably not going to go. Exam environment. Oh yeah, it's going to take a while. So it's going to take a minute for that to go through then. I don't know. Wheat force wheat. Wheat life? You live in that wheat life? Life cereal? Life force? Magnetic force? What? Attractive force? Magnetic attractive? Magnetic attraction? Magnetic... With things with iron? Wheat field? Force field, magnetic field, and track and field. Fuck you. Wheat field. This is designed to piss people off today. Let's see what the comments say. Who got it in 2? Who's the genius that got it into 2? I was one guess with no mistakes. Oh gosh. Yeah, sure you did. Yeah. All right, whatever. Polis. Oh, yeah, this is. Oh, it can't be supplies. Supplies. Wow, this one's gonna be tough, huh? Oh no, because wait a minute. Add. So there's gonna be something. Weimer. Timer. Aimer. So add could be one. Premium. So eight. Something 8. Eat. Seed with an E at the end? No, that doesn't make any sense. Cart could be the 4. Eggs. Oh. Or extract? No. This is weird. With an X at the end. Lure. Ooh, I don't know, man. This one's tough. Create. Here we go. Create is that one. So it's not cart. Sop. Sopoli. Sopus. Positive. Extra, and then lusp plus. There we go. Wow, that was a tough one. That was a tough one today. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to start with the timer, and we're going to look at some what book are we using? HTML and CSS by what's this? Who's this? What's it? And then we'll take a look at like what we could plan for the future. Work on that stuff. We are going to. I do need to I need to figure out how I'm gonna stream to Twitch. Maybe I'll just turn off the channel point stuff for a little bit until I get settled there. Channel point redeems and stuff. I will be back in a few minutes. Yeah, so we're gonna do 3 or 4 pomodoros, and then we're gonna take a break then for this, since we did the hour of the exam. So start this up and get started with looking at our calendar again. Look at the calendar. We got this one today. This one, and what we want to do is, so we did that one. I'm pretty sure we passed. And we're gonna look at the HTML and CSS book here, and then we're gonna take a look at what else we can do. What else we can do as far as this, we can do learn web development, TypeScript. So this was part of a giant what should we call it? Oh, look. Oh, we can search through their JavaScript. Why do we have that? Oh, we have a query for the Humble Bundle. So all the books from there. How did I do that? How did I end up doing that? That's pretty cool. Okay, I did the query. Nice. Okay. Ah, that was a pretty last thing there. Learn React with TypeScript, we kind of left off with that. We were like halfway through it, and then I just got like a little bit confused about where we were. So React and React Native, maybe we'll learn that. Take a look at that. Maybe we can like cross-reference like things here. We do want to read this ESMA CSS thing. What was ESMA stand for again? Scalable and Modular Architecture for CSS. Yeah. Right. So we took like a step back to the basics, got a, hopefully, got that certification thing and explored some of those things. I think what I'd like to do next week is maybe work on some other things. We could go back to the other... We could go back. Are we on the... Where'd the calendar go? I'm going to open up the calendar again. So we could go back to trying to build the personal portfolio. Maybe that's what we could do today. We try that out. In fact, I think that's kind of what I want to do. Like, I think we'll look at the grid layout book here, and then I think we'll work a little bit on that. Oops. Learn web development, and I think we'll work a little bit on that book. So do that, and then we'll do a little project. So not part of the certification part, but it is a bit of the coding. We'll say build a personal portfolio. We'll work on that. That sounds good. That sounds good. So let's pick up where we left off on layout with CSS grid here. So we need to get the book open. Can I open this in another thing and then just split it down? Wait a minute. Split down. Open to the right. Open in new window. Open in new tab. See, we would want it to open to the bottom. How come we can't like have it open to the bottom? It's where I want it to be. Maybe we can like move around up here. There we go. Yeah, so we'll take a look at where we left off from here. We'll just kind of breeze over this part, the setting up the grid layout, talking about these grid track things again. I gotta stop saying meaningless. It's a meaningless thing to say. Just gotta not talk. No talk. We'll go into the current project. Responsive web design is where we are, and we will go. There's a git ignore in here. JPEGs and PNGs, right? Okay. Oh. Oh, the VS Code stuff is above, right? So, yeah, let's do it here. Let's do Codium here. Do some Codium. We probably need to update some of our extensions. especially rough, because they've been doing like 2 updates a week. Lately they've been doing 2 updates a week. Charlie R. Marsh. Oh, we got SSH targets. We could SSH into containers and stuff. I forget how we were doing that. I want to do SSHing into my home lab stuff when I get that up and running. There's a lot of stuff I need to do for that though. Okay, so we're on responsive web design, chapter 5, and here is what I want to do. I want to take a look at our Git status. We are up to date. Let's do a Git pull and check that we're already up to date. Nobody is committed to our main branch except for us. That's a good thing. And we'll take a look at our branches. We should have up to, okay, we have up to day 21. We'll actually check out a new branch called day 28 or day 29 today, right? Day 29. It is day 29. Okay. So we're looking at setting up grid layouts. We have index and styles there, so I should just do codium all these files here, open up those files. And we have our index and our styles here. We can put our styles over here. And this here. So we have our document. And here's we're talking about the viewport and stuff here. Width is device width. Initial scale is 1.0. So this is part of the boilerplate, I guess, is viewport with device width. Nice. Okay. And we were playing around with our first grid. So if we actually take a look at day 21, we might be able to see what we did throughout there. I'm curious how you is there a Git tool that that isn't GitHub where you can visually see, you know, the diffs between commits on a branch, where you can like scroll through, see like, okay, I want to see the diff between these 2 commits and, you know, the adjacent commits. I wonder if that's the thing. Can we do it here? So if we take a look at day 21, can we take a look at changes? We did do a change to, I think we just sorted the VS Code settings. We might have added something else. Okay, well, these things were all added, but what, I'm curious. So that was changed. Index HTML was changed, but Chapter 4, wrapping with flex. Oh, we finished that up. Yeah, we finished that. That's why that's there. Setting up grid layout. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Okay, yeah, this, and then this is our setting up grid layout. So I'm curious, how can we, those are all the modified things. Modified added, I see. Fetch from all remotes, go to current history item, auto histamine. Publish browse. That's interesting. Okay. Well, just make sure that we're on the right branch. We are on day 29, that's right. We were working on setting up the grid, the layout. So without a doubt, the grid is the biggest game changer. The game changer. So actually, let's go back to day 21. And that is when we did responsive web design. And we started to do this here. All right, so we just looked at the explicit and implicit item placement is what the only note that we have from there from that day. And so let's take a look at where we are here. What CSS grid is, how's problems it solves. Blah blah blah. Topic is, you know, like any other display method, you just kind of, yeah. It's just one layout that you can use as a tool, and then inside of each grid you can use any layout that you wish. We can make flex layouts inside of the grid cells and grid tracks, I should say. So this is the thing that confused me, and it certainly did here. Right, grid lines are on either side of grid items. The bit in the middle between the lines, between 1 and 2, is a grid track. Where two tracks from different directions intersect is where a grid area is formed. Two tracks from different directions. Two tracks. What do you mean track from different directions? So oh, wait. So grid items, grid lines are on either side of grid items. So if we have a grid item that spans two tracks, going from 1 to 3, and then where two tracks from different directions intersect, a grid area. What are we talking about there? It's so confusing. I feel like there's better language to use. So the three properties, grid template rows, grid template columns, and grid template areas together define the explicit grid of a grid container. Final grid may end up larger due to grid items placed outside the explicit grid. Size of the explicit grid is determined by the larger of the number of rows, columns defined by grid template areas and the number of rows, columns sized by... yeah, I still don't understand. I'm not going to read that. It's... And we were looking at example 501, and we did that. Making our little grid. So I think we got a better handle on that using this book. Okay, so we left off here. Dense. We haven't really covered dense. Placing and sizing grid layout items. Okay, and then we have our notes on this stuff and excerpts from the book here, and that's the only excerpt that I have there. That's interesting. Chapter 4? Are we on chapter 4 or chapter 5? We're on chapter 5, right? We're on chapter 5. Chapter 5. Wait, where are we? We're on chapter 5. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. So far, each item we've added to a grid has taken up a single grid area. And we're going to start a new example now. This grid will have 20 grid items. So we're going to close these files here. We're going to start a new item. So what I'm going to do... so there are going to be random foods, and their source order within their container is a number. However, there are quite a few new things to go over in the CSS before we go through each new thing step by step. We're going to take a look at the code and screenshot and see how much of it we can make sense of before reading on. So here's what I want to do. I want to, let's see, we're in the setting up grid layout. We're going to go up one level, and we want to create a directory here called placing and sizing grid layout items, and then we'll just cd into placing, and we'll touch a index.html, and we'll touch a styles.css, and then inside there we'll just do codium both of those files with the star or the asterisk. That will open up both of those files. Now I can do HTML, and I get my HTML5. HTML5. What is this? HTML, XML. What's the difference between HTML and HTML5? Oh, it's just an HTML tag. Okay. Well, this is the boilerplate that we want there for that. That's the handy snippet. Where do we get that from? That's from Emmett or something. So Emmett Otter. Emmett. So you use IntelliSense. Right, so we can save this, and what do we want here? So we're going to create some items here. Worth mentioning that purposely mixed up the use of white space in the values. You can write grid row 6 span 2. Others just valid. Just pick which you prefer. Yeah, okay. We're going to have a div with a class of a container. And inside that div lived another div called grid item 1. Grid item 1 was tofu. And we have a whole bunch of other ones all the way down to, what do we got? 20. 20. Okay. Well, that's going to be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Did we do it? Did we do it? Bert. I wish there was an easier way to do this. Oh no. Oh no. I did it now. Wait a minute. I can't go to that one. Oh no. Really screwed the pooch there. Okay, so 11. What? Why did it escape out of the... What is going on? Wait a minute. Why does it do that? Why does it do that? Well... Oh, because we're going down there. Okay. We'll be back in a few minutes. chilly out here today. 73 degrees, really? Wait a minute, is that right? We gotta open the windows. Gotta open windows here. I need to get some fresh air. $73, gonna be up to 80. Are you kidding me? We're having, oh my God, we gotta open the windows. Open windows, turn off the air conditioning. We're gonna take advantage of the coolness here. Sweet. Oops. Scones. We're on scones. We got 7 cucumber. Cucurino. Another carrot. Yamoya. Sweet potato. Sweet potato. Peas. Beans. Lentil. Tomato. Tomato. Butternut. Butternut tofu squash. I don't know why it's not really necessary to do this exactly word for word. I do something else, but we just want to do that. Okay, so we're going to open up our live server. If you haven't used that live server, it's an extension you can get through VS Codium, through VS Code. Live server like GitHub pages. Static and okay, that's cool. Live preview. Live server light. Oh, that's cool. Why is it light? What makes it different? What makes it different? HTTPS ready test PWAs. Okay. How many have downloaded this one? This is almost 3 million. This is 400,000. 5 server? A better live server? What makes it better? Navigates your browser automatically to the current editing file. Includes PHP support. Highlights the code you were working on in your browser. Okay. Seems pretty interesting. I don't really need to go that deep into it there. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna bring this down here for a second. Need to do something with my with my Patreon. Actually, I need to make a post on my Patreon, otherwise they're gonna say they're gonna get rid of my account because they don't like it when I don't post on there. They want me to post on the account. Okay, so then here is our thingamabibber. Here, our thingamabibber over there. So we got that one up. Close that one down. Yeah, so live server is great. I like it. Let's say what the CSS is. So what the CSS? All right. So this is like linked to theirs. Is it styles or style? Oh, they don't link it. Oh, interesting, right? It was link CSS styles. How do I change that? Where's snippets? Show Emmet commands. Oh, there's no snippets for CSS here. I need snippets for HTML. Wait, what? No. How do you edit it, though? Global snippets file? How do you edit the global snippets file? You have to do a new one? Can we just override it or something? Type the snippet file name. Do we even have snippets from here? Is that where we get it from? Where do I get snippets from? Can I override the one that is here? Because we don't like it having that other stuff there. Okay, so we want something called link. What do we have here? When we do it in here, link CSS, link rel style sheet, Emmet abbreviation. How can you edit? Gosh, I have no idea what's going on here. How come you can't change? Oh, here it is. Is it in here? Wait. Is that what it is? What are the what are the difference between abbreviations? Hmm. This is my question. Path to directory with that file. Exclude markdown. Okay. Emit extensions path. So we just put that into there. The extensions path is there. Abbreviation. Expanded abbreviation. So we just need to create a file then. Okay, so we create a file called snippets.json and then we point it to there. So that's what we could do inside of here. Let's go. So we have our VS Code thing into here, our settings. So we can put our settings in here. So we can create a file in here. And then open up that. And so you just do this then. So if I do the HTML, snippets, and I have the link CSS. I can have it to link rel. Actually, did we copied and pasted it, didn't we? There it is. So do we need to escape that then? And they're comma separated there. And then in our settings, so inside of our VS Code settings, we can open that up and then we just do the emit. Oh, so that's in here. Well, that's interesting. Extensions path, and then so we'll just do VS Code snippets.json. Is that what we do? And is that what happens then? So if I do link, no, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Um, oh, wait a minute. Why did what happened here? I have it in the wrong scope or something. Because of that. Okay. Sort. Wait, I can't sort that? Or, wait a minute. Sort document. There we go. Save it then. Does that work? Does that work now? No. Why not? Does it not update? .VS Code snippets.json. So how do you... do I have to reload or something? Reload settings or like refresh? Reload? Do I have to close the editor and reload? How do I like reload settings? Does that mean that I lose my live server? I did lose my live server that way. Okay, but does it work now? No. It doesn't. Okay, what are we missing? Plain text and curly braces? What does that mean? So HTML, inside of HTML, inside of snippets. Inside a link. CSS. Okay. I know we need the closing. Do we need the closing link? No, we don't need the closing link, right? No, it's a void element. Okay. How do I reload snippets and stuff? I think that might be the problem here. I don't want to completely like close this and reload it, but let's see. Let's close it and reload it. No. Shit. Well, this is a rabbit hole. How do you link it, though? More info's here. This is from 2021. Extensions path is what we're looking at. Extensions path. Oh, so it's not the... It's not... Now it works. Okay. Right. Okay, so it's not the path to the file, it's the directory. It's not the actual path. It's the directory. That's why, like, when I see path, I think you need the exact thing there. Okay. All right. It's taken me this long to work on snippets, work with snippets here. It's interesting. Okay, and so the snippets .json. So it does that. Now they said that you could oh, these are just abbreviations. There's no more like information provided from it. I do HTML. Right. Okay, I see. All right. Okay. So we can work with the snippets that way. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Hey, and we're back. So we are working on putting the CSS together for this. We need to get our live server back up and running now that we took that detour into whatnot. Oh, that's interesting. Did we zoom in on that? Why is it larger now? Oh, because we increased the font size. Duh! I'm a dummy. I'm a dummy doober. I'm a dummy doober. Sans serif. It's going to change it to that. We're going to display it as a grid. So why is it... Okay, there we go. Display as grid. Why is that? Okay. 30 pixels of a gap. There we go. So we get some gappage. There's some gappage there. Some gapperdies. Gapperdy dapperdies. I don't know. Okay. We're gonna get this little gray color. This is a little lightish gray color going on in the background. We're gonna do some grid template columns here. We're gonna repeat those 4 times with 1FR. Save that. There we go. Look at that. Grid auto rows. And we'll set them to 100 pixels. So then that adds new rows of a height of 100 pixels, right? Is that what we're doing? Grid auto flow is on the row, so we add a new row. Now we're going to use the attribute selector for the class where the item starts with grid item. Class starts with grid item. Outline 1 pixel F90 dashed. Nice. I got some little highlights there. Pretty nifty there. Pretty nifty indeed, if I do say so myself, sir. I do say so myself, sir. Background color is a golden rod. Oh my. Line the items in the center. And that's going to align the items vertically inside of the item. So we're using a grid on the inside of the grid item as well. So aligning items is going vertically. And justify content is going horizontally. There we go. Beans are still to the left. So, do I not have this set right? Because how come some of these things are centered in the middle, but then the others with the overflow of the text? That's what's happening. Okay, so then grid item 3, we want a more specific styling for. We want the grid column to go over, start from the second line and then go to the end of that row. So the top one will go all the way to the end. That's not what I expected to happen. That's not what I expected to happen here. Grid item 6. Grid row is going to be 3 over 6. See, that makes sense. From 3 to 6. How come the eggplant doesn't stretch? Really? Why doesn't that work? Grid column can go 3 over 5. So in that row, but we want it to be in the, so from 3 to 6 in the row, and then from 3 to 5 in the column. There's no 5th column, though. That's what I'm confused about. Oh, but the 5th line is the, right, is the last line. So how come this didn't work with the -1? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. I was thinking it was going to be the eggplant one. This one. The onion goes across there. Of course, yes, that is what I expected. Oh, gosh. I am not with it. Watch now, sir. Span 2. So you can span 2 tracks. From grid row 6, spanning 2 tracks for item number 17. So pizza should start 3, 4, 5, 6. So it should start right underneath the scones row. And it should go 2, and it's going to default to being at the start, right? So it's going to go from, so it should replace the peas, push the peas to the right, and then spanning 2, so it should be in the peas and the butternut squash place, right? Is that where it's going to go? Yes, okay. Make sure that we understand this. Grid column 2 over 3, and then so now we're going to move it over 1 row, or over 1 column, so that it's going to be in the place where the peas and the tomato are, and the peas and tomato are going to move to the left. I think. Yes. Yeah, so we're understanding this. We're understanding this. Grid item 4. Grid row is 4 over 7. So what would that do? So we have item number 4, carrots. It's going to be in the row with the cucumber. Cucumber is going to get pushed up to go next to Swede, because this these are implicitly placed, right? These are going to be implicitly placed. Cucumber and Swede are going to be implicitly placed. Got it. Okay, so these are the implicit, the explicit placings we have in place already are for grid item 3, grid item 6, and item 17. Now we're going to set item 4, the carrots, to go into row 4. We're just starting here, so we have the 1, 2, or 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So you'll start here where the cucumber is. And it's going to span 3. So 5, 6, and 7 is going to be 4. So from the cucumber, yam, peas, and tomato, it'll place those. Then the implicit placement is going to have Swede, cucumber, carrot stays. Yam gets moved to where the sweet potato is. Peas gets moved to beans. Beans gets moved to lentil. Lentil gets moved to tomato. Tomato gets moved to butternut squash. And then we're gonna have the milk in the lower right, I think. Is that how that's gonna work? No. What did I think was gonna happen? Oops. Doesn't the carrot stay? The carrots get... Oh, because we got to move the carrot. Wait, no, carrots are the thing that we're moving. Carrots, the cucumber gets moved. So it should go sweet cucumber. Carrot should stay. Yam gets moved to sweet potato. Sweet potato gets moved to beans. Peas gets moved to the right of that. Okay, that makes sense. So 13. So 13 should have peas. Yes, okay. Yeah, so, yeah, well, the lentils were replaced by peas. There it is. Okay, so that's what's happening. So all the other things, these little smaller boxes are just implicitly placed. Nice. Decent understanding now. Start with how we have achieved a nice uniform gap between the elements. So before I do that, I want to take a look at the implicit tracks here. Or the, not the implicit tracks. The grid tracks. So the first container here. So we have... Huh. We have the gap. So this one here, grid item 1, you just see the layout here. So in here, row 1, column 1, row 2, row 1, column 2. So where are the lines? Let's see the lines here. Display line numbers. 1. So they put 2 in the middle, so it's like in the middle, and then a gap around the line. That's what they're showing there. Okay. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Right. So let's see what Ben says in the book here. Used gap. Did I update this last time? 144 is where we are, and we are on page 144. We're on page 144. Actually need to put 73 on there. That's what that is. We're moving along here. Okay. So he's used gap in some of the prior code examples, not explained it. Let's take a look now. So bring up the gap 30 there. The gap property lets you specify a gap between grid tracks. Right. Why do they call them tracks, though? Wouldn't tract be a better word? Like, why a track? Tract. Tract is like an area of land and stuff like that, right? So like, wouldn't that make more sense to call it a tract than a track? Like the track visually looks like track would be like the things in between. That's how I would think of it. Just like, I don't think, who created this? Who named this? Like, and they thought it would make sense? Or did they deliberately make it difficult to understand by using the wrong words to describe what they want to happen? It's actually shorthand for both row gap and column gap. Of course, we've discussed that. It's like when you specify a margin with two values, the first value applies to the top and bottom row, and then the second to the left and right columns. Can you give it 4? That would be interesting. So, especially useful because unlike dealing with padding or margin, when laying things out, you don't need to worry about undoing it again on the final item. Gap only applies. Gap only applies between the items. You should also be aware that all modern browsers allow you to apply gap to Flexbox items too. Yes, we have done that. We have utilized that. Huh? That's weird. I wonder if our whatchamacallit from Free Code Camp is available yet. See how long it takes. No certifications yet. So no word yet. Did we have a So the passing percentage is 80%. Can we see that on here? I don't know if you can actually see that. It doesn't actually show up on screen. There's a practice exam. For what, though? Practice exam for what? Just practicing? Okay. Thankfully, the grid layout specification For some reason, there's a lot of noise outside. I'll close the window. Leave it open a crack there. Okay. So, if you were making a grid with 30 identical columns, it would get a little tiring having to write auto 30 times. For instance, grid template columns, auto. Yeah, I got bored just reading that. Thankfully, the grid layout specification writers have blessed us with repeat. As you might have guessed, the repeat function provides a convenient way of stamping out the need for any number of items. In our example, we have used it to create 4 columns, all 1 FR in width. The format of the syntax is that inside the parentheses, the first value is the number of times you want repeated, and the second value is the width of each item. So we know this well. We've worked with this in the Free Code Camp course. Don't worry, I'll explain FR units in a moment. For now, just know that you can create multiple columns, rows with ease. If you want 15 columns, all 100 pixels wide, it's as easy as repeat 15, 100 pixels. FR units represents flexible length and stands for flex fraction. Interesting, didn't know that. Let's make a note of that. Take a note of that there. So flex fraction. Why? Well, fraction, FR. We knew it was fraction, but like, why is it flex fraction? Flexible length. Used to communicate how much of any available free space we want something to gobble up, much like the flex grow unit we covered for Flexbox in Chapter 4, Fluid Layout and Flexbox. The specification doesn't say so, but I conceptualize FR as standing for free room when I'm thinking about layout. I don't know about that. I don't know if I like that. In our example, we have made 4 columns, each taking up 1 portion of the available free room. Yeah, no, I don't. What? No, because you put the number next to it. 1 free room, 2 free rooms, 2 free rooms. No, the fraction makes sense, you know. 2 out of the available 2 FR. That makes more sense to me. I don't like I don't like that. Placing items in the grid. Before this example, we have been positioning each grid item in a single grid area. However, here we have certain grid items being assigned spans of columns or rows numerically. All right, so we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll probably finish up this section of Chapter 5. hallway. We're placing items in the grid. Yeah, so we were talking about this. However, certain items spans or rows numerically. So we were looking at how it spanned there. Yeah, I think we got a good feel of that, right? The negative one looks pretty odd at first, but it's just part of a very smart piece of syntax. It's just counting it the other way, counting the lines the other way in reverse. Positive numbers come from the start side, the left-hand side in our column, while negative numbers start from the end side to the right in this instance. So -1 basically just means the last grid line. So this nice terse syntax just reads start at line 2 and go to the end. There's an example of spanning across rows in there too. If you take a look at this one again, for /7, that's going to span across 4 rows. If your preference is not telling the grid where something ends and more how much space something should span, grid layout has just the property for you, span. Take a look at the CSS for grid item 17 now. Right, you go from 6 to 6/ and then you span 2 rows. So can you see how we have done something a little different with the value for grid row rather than stipulating a definite start and end point when placing grid items? You can give one or the other and then tell the item to span a number of rows, columns from that point, either forward or backward. Another update to Power Toys, apparently, and I hope it doesn't break everything. In our example, we told the item to start at grid line 6 and span 2 rows. So I find Ben finds that going backward a little bit more confusing, but that might just be him. But to illustrate, could achieve the same visual effect for the example by changing that line to grid rows span 2 ending at 8. That's confusing to me. That's very confusing looking. In this instance, the definite point we have is the end point. Okay, well okay. Right. Why wouldn't you just use if the 8 is like the end? Okay. So we want it to go, so from to the 8th row, you want it, and you want it to go, 2 from there. Okay, yeah, right. That makes sense. Span 2 back from there. Remember when we looked at grid autoflow, I mentioned the dense keyword. So yeah, I don't know what that means. This is the perfect opportunity to show you what it does. Amend the value of the grid autoflow property to grid autoflow row dense. So here's what we'll do. Let's add our stuff here. We are on one, so yeah. Chapter 5. Dense. Or just before dense. Looked at span. So we're just ending at the span. And that's page 146. And we want the span up to that portion there. Okay. Now, if we add the dense keyword, let's come back over to our live server here, and we see our web page there. And so let's amend this to be row dense. Now, when I hit save, let's watch what happens. Okay, did they Oh, they filled in the empty space. Oh, so they filled in the spaces that were left behind when we moved one implicitly laid grid item to a further place. Yeah, okay, I think that's what, yeah. How would he, let's see, how does he describe this? So the gaps have been filled. That's what dense does for you. However, while this may seem more aesthetically pleasing, there is a cost. The reason the items are numbered is that you wanted to highlight to you that that using dense tells the grid layout algorithm to move things visually from their source order to any available space. Right, but it still does it linearly, right? Still does it in order. The reason the items are numbered, right? Notice how in this instance the items are not necessarily in source order. That's the cost of the visual nicety. Right. Right. I understand that. Okay. Yeah. I don't understand why that's a cost. Like, it's just a different behavior. Well, you lose the ordering that you had from your document structure. Okay. I just don't understand how that's a big deal. That's all. I don't know how that's a big deal. So, been laying things out using the numbers of the grid lines. However, if you would rather name the grid lines, that is something you can do too. Name the grid lines. Okay. Grid layout allows authors to work with grids. All right, we haven't gotten to shorthand syntax yet. Okay. For example, if you'd rather work with numbers or with words than numbers, it's possible to name grid lines. Consider a 3-column by 3-row grid. All right, so we're going to do a new things here. So let's add. What we'll do is we will add the styles. And we'll say that this was the dense part of that, and that was page 147. Dense grid autoflow. Then what we'll do is we will go back up to here. What we'll do is we'll do named grid lines. So are actually, well, let's go inside of here and we'll do named grid lines. Styles.css. We'll add these and then open those up. do our HTML. HTML5 there, and link our style sheets there. It's weird that it does it that way. What I'd like to have happen, I think what it should do is to change the snippets so that it is working right. We don't want it to be like that. I think what we want it to be like the other thing. So let's open up snippets. And we're just going to change this to be like that. And there we go. That's better. That's better for us. Document. Oh, we'll just name this named grid lines. And we could also say that this is example 0505. Okay. The first grid. Was this our first grid? So we have a div class of our first grid. Just having a lot more fun typing. Typing is funner than just reading, right? Get your hands going. Just something that, like, we can always do. Like, oops. Like, we always have movement, and that's good. I like constant movement. It's good for the ADHD brain, right? It's good for us. Let's go over to here, and then so we'll go over to named grid lines. Cannot get named grid lines from there. Oh, I see why. Let's go back. Okay, there it is. Oops. My first grid. Display an inline grid. Inline grid? What are we talking about here? Inline grid. Okay. We set the grid up with this rule. Inline grid. Grid gap. Then you just use the gap property now, right? It's not grid gap. Yeah, it's obsolete. Avoid using it. Just use gap. For template columns, we're going to do left start. 200 pixels. Left and center start. 200 pixels. Center and right start. 200 pixels. Right end. Okay. Okay. So what we're doing is inside the square brackets, we're giving a name to the grid line. Name to the line itself. Okay. Left start. We probably see this in the whatchamacallit here, right? Display line numbers or display area names, maybe. Oh, I wish they showed the names of it though. The area names don't show. We didn't add any names. Indefinite rows in that. Okay, so wait a minute. Huh. Oh. In the center grid line, you've assigned left end and center start. Left end and center start. So, zoom out here, just so we can see everything here. Left end and center start. So center start there, center end. Then you go 200 pixels to the center, to the right start. Go 200 pixels to the right end. I got it. Okay. Ooh. Okay. An example of how you can use the names there. Oh wait, we skipped over something. Left and center start. You can do this by space separating the names. In this situation, it makes sense because the grid line is both the end of the left column and the beginning of the center one. Amend our grid template row and add some named grid lines there too. Grid template rows, top start, top end, middle start, middle end to bottom start. Oh boy, I'm spacing it. So we're going to amend the grid template row. Grid template rows, okay. And we're just going to say top start here. And then top end, middle start. Middle end, bottom start, and then bottom end. Okay. An example of how you can use these names to position grid items instead of numerical values. This is just the first 3 of the items we will see in the following diagram. Okay. Center, start, center, end. So 1 is placed in the center. Center, start, center, end. Middle, start, middle, end. I think, did they have some other... Yeah, they had some other styling here. Let's go back to that other styling. With the... inside of here. So let's get some of this stuff. They want, like... Oh, there is serifs on that one, so I don't know what they're doing with that. Background color? No, we want a outline color, don't we? We want outline color. Yeah, let's take a look at this and then we'll just like copy this over. We'll just copy that over. It's not exactly what we want. What we want is... you know what? Let's give it the... No, that's not what we want. Never mind. We also want to change the font. So I think we're going to do this. Font, display, grid. Background colors already determined. Kappa 30. No, we don't care about that, but we do want this. Font size and that, so let's do this. There we go. That's better. Actually, let's get rid of this part. There we go. We're going to take lunch, and when we get back, we're going to finish up the named grid items, grid lines, and keep exploring this idea. So I think I'm getting it. I think I understand this part. It seems like there's just a lot of different syntaxes for doing like the same kind of thing. So I'm kind of not sure which one to use. We are back again. And I am late to the party, but you know, I don't care enough to go back today. I just kind of want to be done with it. How long does it take to get certified? To get the whatchamacallit? Blah. It's got to go through moderation. Whatever that means. Oh, we completed that. Completed that challenge. No solution to display, of course. So then I can go in here and click this. We've completed all requirements to the exam. Must take an exam to test your understanding. We got 96%. I think we got that one question wrong, right? So we got 2 questions wrong, actually, because then, yeah, 50 questions. We got 2 questions wrong. I'm curious which ones I got wrong. Yeah. I would like to know. I would like to know. How do I, Oh yeah, I passed all the requirements to qualify. It says that I passed here, but I don't understand where you get the certification. How do you claim the certification? So like we passed that part. So then how do I? Oh, you know what it is? It's in settings. Where was that? I don't remember. In the... They said it was in settings. Oh. There we go. Now we successfully claimed the responsive web design certification. We are certified by Free Code Camp. Yay! Okay, and then if I go to my, whatchamacallit, I've got responsive web design certification. Oh, I have to make them public? How do I make them public? My profile? Okay, if you set it to private, then they can't see the name? Or... Oh. Oh, I see. My about, my started location, my stage location? No, that doesn't matter. Certifications, that's what it is. Okay. And then I click save. Is that what we do? That's how we do. Then I go back to here. But what? Okay, whatever. Let's view our project. Here it is. That's our project. That's all you needed to code for the... It's funny. It's funny to me. Oh well. Well, we did it. We did it. We got the certification there. That's cool. Look at that. Look at us. We did it. Let's go on over to here. Check that stuff off. We have checked off all of the boxes on this thing except for the one that houses the chapter CSS. There it is. There you go. Nice. Alrighty, so that's cool. We did that. Upcoming, nothing to show upcoming. We don't have any planned thing yet. I'm not sure what we're going to do on Monday. We are going to be taking a couple days in July. We should try to keep going, but I'm kind of like... kind of at a point where I'm kind of want to maybe try setting up the Twitch stream next week, and maybe I'll focus on that, and then we'll move it back. I think that's what we probably should do. So let's go to our you know what, I don't know where it is. I think it's actually in here that I have to get, so ODS, the calendar generator there. There we go. So I wanted to try to do that like JavaScript exam and stuff, but that's I I don't know. I don't know about that one. I think maybe I'd like to do the React fundamentals and stuff. You build a tic-tac-toe game, build a currency converter. That would be cool. That would be cool. I would like that. I think I would like that. But the thing is, I don't want to have them as the highlight for the thing. So if I were to do this on YouTube, I would do it that way. So I think what we want to do is schedule that stuff out as like on like a Gantt chart and see like what we have to do, all these different modules, and work towards that. So okay, so we already did that. I think what we're going to end up doing is we're going to take next week off from YouTube streaming, and then I'm going to go over to Twitch and start setting that up, because I didn't get a chance to do that. So there's a lot I need to do, and I think just having a week to kind of, you know, mess around with that will give me a little better I'll just be a little bit better at whatchamacallit, doing this. Okay, so 2026. What's coming up again? We have the potential schedule or something. Yeah, we have the schedule here. 90 days. I think I would like to like morph this idea into like overall hours, and then just like spread my things out over multiple hours. But the thing is, I like the idea of having a focus. So the 30th, so we want the 29th and the 30th to be off. And that would mean that we are back on the... Oh, we have to get rid of that second. We have to get rid of the second. Okay. We can also just sort these. Let's sort. How do you sort again? Sort descending. I think sort ascending is better. I like that, because then we add things onto the end there. Okay. So there we go. So we know we had those off days. Okay. And so then that gives us a little bit of breathing room. The 7th is the Tuesday. I might be able to come back on that Monday. I'm not entirely sure. I don't want to delete all. I just want to delete this one. So I might be able to come back on that Monday. We'll see. We'll see how it is. But I think that's what I'll do. Is move. Next week we'll work on getting Twitch all set up. And I'm gonna take an extra long break because I got a certification. Cheers, we did it. We got the responsive web design certification. Only took us nearly 30 days. We could have gone for it faster, but I use the bathroom. I'll be back in like 10 minutes. Back when I was taking the test, I said that there was like a loud sound outside, like a big whoosh, like it sounded like a plane. Somebody in the Chico, California subreddit is saying, is it MG-29? Which is a MiG fighter plane flying around? Maybe it was that. Maybe it was that thing. And that was 3 hours ago, so that's about right. Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't know that there was a air. Where is it? Chicago, or the Chico airport. Maybe runs those ones. Could be the Air Museum as well. That could be it too. Could be that. The funniest part is that a MiG just took off from Chico. It's hilarious to me that someone in Butte County privately owns a Soviet fighter jet. They got a privately owned Soviet era fighter jet flying around Chico before we got commercial air service. It's funny. That's funny. Okay. We're having a relaxing day here. We are on this thing here. We're moving some of these items around with this kind of syntax here. So grid item 2, we're gonna set the grid column to be the right start, which we had the right start. Oops, was the column that is the line to the left of the 4, 6, and 9 tracks here. And so from the right start to the right end, so I can move it there, and then it'll move over there, interestingly, and then it pushed everything else out of the way. Ah, that's funny. Bottom start, bottom end. So we're moving it to the lower right. There it is. Okay. Grid column left start for item 3, left end, and then top start, middle start. So we'll put it in where the 6 is right now. Wait for the grid row. Oh no, in the top left, but never mind. I mean, that's just fixing it there. It was already there to begin with. What does it say 394? Wait a minute, did I do this right? Left start, left end, top start, middle start? Why not top end? Why does mine not look the same? I don't know what's going on here. How come center start, center end? Did I not do something right? Right start, right end, middle start, middle end. Is it supposed to be top end? Why is it not showing up the way that they have it here? Set each grid item to a random position using this technique? So we have the 312 along the diagonal. So that's interesting. And then everything else is just randomized? Is that what he's saying? What if we did middle end? And then did middle start? Well, okay. I don't understand the algorithm here. I think maybe it was, has it been updated to not be random, and it's just, what should I call it? Okay, we're not using the dense keyword or anything there. So in specification terms, the name we assign to a grid line is known as a custom indent. Because they are just words, avoid using terminology that might interfere with the grid keywords. For example, don't start naming grid lines dense, auto-fit, or span. Right, of course. Grid layout has an extra nicety you can make use of when you use named grid lines. If you append your names with start end, as we have in their example, then grid auto magically, yes, I know that's not a real world, makes you a named grid area. What? That means once you have named your grid lines, you can place items in your grid with a one-line grid area. Right. Yeah, it's just, it's just registering, like, variables. That's all. So let's add this here. The grid item rules from before, middle, center, bottom. Oh, he's actually saying that he's going further than that. So he's saying that we can actually just say grid area, middle over center. The row by that, and then grid area here to be bottom right, and then this one to be top left. I got it. I gotcha. I understand. But then there's also grid template area. So they're showing us so Ben's showing us a different way than doing the way that Free Code Camp showed us. All right. Gotcha. Okay. So what I want to do, we want to amend this. Although this is old. Interesting. You can break repos that way. Interesting. Okay. Interactive. So we want to do this, and then in the default editor, we want to pick to edit in the line mentioning that. Okay. What does amend mean, though? Oh, I see what we're doing. We're actually just like fast forwarding this. So Git rebase is bringing this forward. So you're bringing this commit forward. The tilde, I don't know what the tilde is for. Okay, so we need to commit or stash them. Okay, okay, we have them staged. I don't think it's going to let me do that, though. It's not going to like that. Can't do that. So we can do git stash. Git stash. About cherry picking. I know that we have that one. Apply the change introduced by the commit at the tip of the master branch and create a new commit with this change. Yeah, I don't think that's what we want. Let's see if we have anything in the stash. There's no stash entries. So then how do you like pick from there? So let's see. Let's try this. Git stash. Um, so now we have nothing there. If I do git stash pop, now we have this back here. I can do this like ref log thing, and that's going to show me all of my actual like things that I did. Commit, and then we have a reset moving the head, so it's just telling me where my head is. Where's my head at? And then I guess what I can do from here, so we have these things now back, and I can just do git stash. We can do git stash list, and we have that stash at 0. Get rebase interactive there, waiting for the editor to close the file. Squash the commit. What do I want to do? Pick to edit in the line mentioning that. Okay, so we want to change this to pick to edit. Save that, and then exit, and then Git will interpret and automatically execute the commands in the file. You will find yourself in the previous situation in which you had just created commit B, C there, and then we can unstash our changes and add that onto there. Whoops. Now we have our stuff there with the interactive rebase. It's so fucking funky as shit looking. Okay. Git log or interesting. Okay. Well, we have all this stuff here. This really isn't what I want, I don't think. Okay. I don't think that's what I wanted. What? So we added that. We can do a commit amend. We're just going to say no edit. Oh, it's magic because it looks like it got all fucked up. But then we just went back. Oh, that's funky. Oh, that is funky ass stuff. I didn't know that's how we did that. That's how you do that. Okay, now let's look at the log, git log. Now it has a different commit. thing here. Change snippet. Grid autoflow. That was before, but there. Oh, that's funky looking. Okay. But now we do have our changes applied to that thing that were back there. So we're just rewriting history. We just rewrote history with Git. So now it works. Cool. Cool. Mark this. Mark this down. So we're like, what? With Pomodoro. With Pomodoro, we did this this thing here. We'll copy this thing and we'll save it. I'll share this answer. That's cool. I didn't know that's how we do that. We're going to take a quick break. Wow, Senegal is going off, and the match is just about over. Wow. All right, so their goal differential is going to be huge. Wow. Okay. So now they'll have a +2 goal differential with 3 points. They might get in. They might get into the knockout round. Interesting. Let's take a look at the third place standings. See if it updates reasonably quickly. Yeah, they got Senegal at the 5 spot. With a +2 goal differential, so they did update it. Oh my gosh. Cool. This has been a fun World Cup. Okay. So we want to do this now. Let me close down. Wait, I have to be outside of that thing? There it is. Okay, I don't want to come back here. And what I want to do is CD back up to here. We're in placing and sizing grid layout items. We're still in this subsection here. So I will make a directory called grid template areas. We'll CD into that. Get status. We got nothing added yet, so we're going to touch index. No. Okay, how do I do this again? So if you do Control I or Control R, yeah, reverse I search. Yeah. There we go. We can just do that. And then I can do Codium. Both those files here. We can put in our HTML. Oops. HTML5. Grid template areas, and we'll do our link here. Link styles. And actually, okay, so wait a minute. So we're basically just going to copy that over and try this kind of style. Okay, so yeah. Well, there we go. So we basically have the same stuff here. Just doing that for template area. So we're going to do this my first grid. Probably should just copy that stuff over, but yeah, you know what? Let's do that. Open up all files here, so we got that. And so we can get rid of this other stuff. Get rid of all this other stuff here. And my first grid, so we have that grid gap as 10. And we'll do template columns, so 200 pixels. We could even do this. I don't know if they've done the repeat thing here. Just do a repeat 3 at 200 pixels. I think that's the way. Probably should do it. Here we go. We got grid items. And what we'll do is we'll go over to here. And rather than being inside of grid lines, we'll do grid template areas. We got a style that's a little better here. Wait a minute. So yeah, anything inside of here, we're going to display as a grid. We're going to align center, align vertically, and then right, align vertically, and there. And outline is 3 pixels dashed. F90. And font size will be 30 pixels. Color going to be 333. Okay. Right. Now we can change our grid template areas. By adding this here inside of the grid. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Then with grid template areas, we can define rows and columns very simply. A row is defined with the quotes, double or single, with the names of each column space separated inside each row of your grid is just another pair of quotes with custom indents inside. Custom idents? Wait, indents or idents? Custom ident. Custom identity. Ident, not indent. What? Okay. You can use numbers for the start of each grid area, but you then need to escape them when you reference them. Escaping a character in computer terms is a means of invoking an alternative interpretation of the character. It is a way of being more explicit about the meaning you would like a certain character to have that would potentially be interpreted in multiple ways. You can interpret my character in many different ways. Okay, so for example, if one of your areas is named 9, it would be referenced like this: grid area /39. I find that too burdensome, so I suggest using a string for each area. Why does it have to be escaped with a 3? So suggest using a string for each area. Or at least using custom ident with an alpha character. Huh. Okay. Well, here's what we're going to do. Explicitly put grid area 5. Assign grid area 5. Grid item 1 to grid area 5. Grid item 2 to grid area 9. And then grid item 3. Grid area 1. Okay. Admittedly, this is a simplistic example, but hopefully you can imagine a more useful scenario. Perhaps a blog layout with a header, left-hand sidebar area, main content area, and footer. You might define the necessary grid template areas like this. Header, 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 header. Side, side, main, 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 main. Side, side, footer, 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 footer. As the specification states that any whitespace character fails to produce a token, which for our purposes simply means delineating one area from another, you could opt to separate columns with the tab character if you would rather to aid in visually lining up the columns. Okay. When you write the grid template areas, the indentation is not important, nor are the carriage returns. You could lay each row out in a long space-separated list if you liked, as long as the names for each area are inside quotes with a white space character between each, and there is a space between each set of quotes. All is well. Move on to some even more advanced grid layout techniques, auto-fit and autofill. Okay. So autofit and autofill are repeat to fill keywords used to describe repetition to grid. Thanks to the similarity of their names, can't help but feel that the autofit and autofill keywords are almost guaranteed to confuse. Just like cover and contain do for background image sizing. The upshot of this is that frequently you have to check which one is which. Thankfully, for both benefits, we're going to clarify what each of these do now and why you might want to use them. So let's start with the why, as that covers both keywords. What if you were told that with the help of autofill or autofit, we can create a fully responsive grid that adds, removes columns based upon the available size of the viewport, with no media queries needed? Compelling, right? Consider a 9-column grid where each column is at least 300 pixels wide in a slightly back to front way. I want to start this by showing the solution, which is autofit, repeat autofit, min-max 300 pixels 1FR. How does it calculate that shit? Here's what gives in the browser in a smaller viewport and on a wider screen. Okay, so if we do this, repeat auto fit min max. Do you mean if we got rid of all of this other stuff? Well, if you did, not inline grid, but if you did... Yeah, I don't get it. Same thing on a larger screen, okay. 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 You commit. We are on. There's 153, I guess. Okay. Yeah. Pretty handy. So what's the magic of that? So that's what's interesting to me, is how does it actually calculate this? Grid template columns, as we've done before. We set up the columns of our grid. We're using the repeat function to set up a repeating pattern of columns. However, instead of passing in a number of columns, we tell the grid to auto-fit. We may have used autofill there too, but we get the differences between them in a moment. Okay, for now we have told the browser to repeatedly create auto-fit columns, and we define the width of those columns using the min-max function. So if we're new to grid, likely haven't seen min-max before, but we've seen it once or twice. And I kind of understand it, but I just don't understand how it calculates when you put in the 1FR, where you put in FR units. I don't know how it does this. So CSS function allows you to set up a range for the browser. You specify a minimum size and a maximum size, and it computes something in between based on the available space. In our, or actually, I did understand this part, I think. There was something else. It was when you like set something to auto and then the other thing to min-max. Like what's going on there? So you pass it a minimum size of 300 pixels and a maximum of 1 FR. And when dealing with min-max, you specify a maximum size that is smaller than the minimum. The maximum will be ignored and the minimum will be computed value. With that set, the grid auto-fits columns that are at least 300 pixels wide, no more than the size of its content plus a 1 FR share of the remaining space. In practical terms, this provides a responsive layout that lets our grid resize itself based on the available viewport width. To more easily show the difference between autofit and autofill, let's revise our one-liner to a minimum of 100 pixels. And that gives the layout on a wide viewport as such. Note how the columns span the entire width of the page. Yeah, okay. And that's what... And then if you use autofill... There's space at the end. The key to understanding the difference comes down to whether spare columns are collapsed or not. When the browser creates the grid in both autofit and autofill, it initially lays them out the same. However, when using autofit, any extra columns left, having laid out the content, are collapsed, leaving that space free to be distributed evenly between the items in the row. In our example, because each item also has a maximum size of 1 FR, each takes up an equal portion of the space, but this results in columns that span the entire width of the space. Okay, so you can set it so that there's a minimum size that you want it to show on the screen, so that when you shrink the viewport size, you're making sure that the grid items don't become too small. Got it. And then if you have a wider viewport, then it's gonna allow you to put more things on that in that grid. Makes sense. So with autofill, once the items are laid out, if there's any extra space, the extra columns are not collapsed. They remain in situ, filled up, and subsequently the space is not free for the grid items to gobble up. The result is that we get space at the end. There will be instances where one is more appropriate than the other. Just be aware that you can achieve either. Weird. Now we'll move on to shorthand syntax, and that's where we have here. I think we might have to we're gonna punt that. We're gonna punt that till to another time. Because I think next week I'm just gonna work on getting streams set up for Twitch. And then I can send over the VOD, the video on demand, over to YouTube to archive it and put it to the playlist that we have for this series here. So we're on shorthand syntax. Okay, so we need to create a new I don't know what's happening here. Gotta kill that terminal. See if we need to do anything in here with shorthand syntax. Oh, we're not on chapter 6 yet. What am I doing? My goodness, I am all over the place today. What's going on here? All right, we gotta take a break. We'll be back. Ready. Here we are. Created that by mistake. Fine. Okay, so we're in here. So what we want to do is create a folder inside here called shorthand syntax. That's what it is. Okay. So there's a couple shorthand syntaxes you can use with grid. One relatively straightforward, one less so. First one is grid template. While shorthand syntaxes can be great, advice would be to write your grids one property at a time, at least to begin with. Then when you are confident enough that writing each property and value out individually becomes a chore, take the time to learn the shorthand variant. With that, that's good advice, actually. And I did feel like that was like how my approach, like at the beginning, I think I might have said this, that like with the margin and padding properties, I'm tired of typing out those like individual, padding top, padding bottom, padding right, and that stuff. And I feel a lot better about using the shorthand for that now. In a couple different ways. Yeah. Using one value, using two values, or using four values. Those are the only ways that I feel good about using them. Three values, what happens there? I don't know. Is it top, left, and right, and bottom? Is that what that would be? Okay. So grid template shorthand allows you to set grid template rows, grid template columns, and grid template areas in one line. So for example, for a grid with 200 pixel rows or two 200 pixel rows, three 300 pixel columns, we could write 200 pix, 200 pixel slash 300 pixel 3 times, right? Or if you'd rather use the repeat function, which I would much rather use than if we're typing out that many things. I think, right? How much typing is that? Repeat is 6 characters. Add 3 for the parentheses and the comma. Yeah. It's close, like anything above 9 characters. Of typing. Actually, it's a little bit less than that, I feel like 200 pixels, but and 200. This one feels like I want to use the repeat. And that's really only, comparing apples to apples here. It's only 7 characters. Or, I mean, let's see, because we have, wait, no, it's not. It's more than that. It's more than that. What am I doing? It's 10 characters. Yeah, so anything above 9. What if it were 20 pixels, 20 pixels? Ooh. I think I'd prefer 20 pixels to the repeat. Part before the / deals with rows, part the bit after the columns. You can add grid template areas in there if you would like. Grid template rows top. Huh. Now you're getting confusing here. Grid template, rows top. And are you mixing things? So the grid areas come in between the... I don't understand this part. Yeah. Once you start mixing in named template areas alongside numerical values, it gets too confusing to understand easily. Yeah, I don't understand what's going on there. Some people love shorthand syntax and should be aware it's possible. However, gonna take it up another notch and deal with grid shorthand. Grid shorthand, the other shorthand, it lets you define a grid all in one line. Using this one property, you can set the properties controlling the explicit portion of grid. Grid template rows, grid template columns, grid template areas, as well as the properties controlling the implicit part of a grid. Grid auto rows, grid auto columns, and grid auto flow. An essential concept to hold on to when writing the grid shorthand is that a grid can only grow implicitly with either rows or columns, but not with both. At first that might seem odd, but if you think about it, how would a grid that could add both rows and columns implicitly lay items out? How would it decide whether to add rows or columns? So with that in mind, endeavor to wrap our heads around the grid shorthand. The grid shorthand is not for the faint-hearted, so don't be discouraged if it spits you out a few times before you get the grips of it. Consider... very familiar. Hope so, right? It took hours rather than minutes to feel confident with what the grid shorthand syntax was doing. Hope you know your Bacchus Nor form, because here's how the property is described in the specification. What's Bacchus Nor form again? It's a linguistics thing, isn't it? Or programming. Formal languages. Peter Narr. Meta syntax for context-free grammars, providing a precise way to outline the rules of a language's structure. I think this was like in a book on discrete math used in one of my courses in community college. Right. I think there was a chapter on that. Derivation rule, written in the format symbol. A double colon equals the meta symbol is replaced by expression, the replacement. Right. Non-terminal symbol. So yeah, the MDN docs make use of this then. Huh. Interesting. Yeah. Yep. Grid template rows, auto dense and dense? Question mark? Is that like optional, right? That's what the question mark is. It's optional. So when trying to understand a specification, tend to search out piece of understanding. I'm gonna paste it in chat here. I'll actually take a look at this. Yeah, property syntax. That's what we're looking at here. Worldwide Web Consortium, the W3. W3C. You're gonna be 3WC? Because it's the 3 W's. Syntax can be hard to understand if you don't know the various symbols. I'm tired. I gotta say that. I'm really tired. Actually, I really didn't get that good of sleep last night. So doubles ampersand 2 or more values means that all of them must occur in any order. So if you have autoflow, then you have to have dense or not. So you can say which direction it goes, autoflow in the column, and whether or not it's dense. Or you could say dense column or something. You can put dense first. I didn't know that. So let's try to distill the piece of the specification to something more human-friendly. So grid shorthand value option 1, the same value that you would use if you were using grid template. For example, here is a grid with 2 100 pixel rows and 3 200 pixel columns, just like with our grid template examples from earlier. You can also use grid template areas if you like. So the second option then is specifying a set of lengths for explicit grid rows, then separated by a / a definition for how you want to handle implicit columns. Can be autoflow or set grid auto rows with the option of setting grid autoflow by adding dense to. Alternatively, you could add a length value for the width of the columns if you want to use, or if you want to set the grid template columns instead. That's a lot to compute. Take a look at some examples. So for a grid with 2 explicit 100 pixel rows and any number of explicit columns that are 75 pixels wide, yeah, this is like setting the grid template, right? The grid template shorthand, just, you know, backing it out to the grid shorthand. So then, yeah, in the browser, the shorthand will compute the following: 100 pixels and 100 pixels for the 2 rows. Repeat autofill 75 pixels for the columns. No named grid template areas. Grid auto flow will be row. Grid auto rows. Grid auto flow will be row. Grid auto rows will be auto. Grid auto columns will be auto. So try another. Say we want to lay out a grid that has only 1 row. 100 pixels high, but any number of columns potentially running off the side of the container. Autoflow. It computes to grid template rows 100 pixels. None for the template columns and template areas, and column for the autoflow. Okay, because you specified autoflow in the column portion. Auto rows, auto columns, auto. Also worth knowing that when you use the grid shorthand, you are resetting all the values it deals with back to their initial state. You can see that if you look at the computed values of styles in the developer tools of your browser. A third option to pass grid is effectively the opposite of option 2. You set grid autoflow to handle implicit rows. This is all very confusing. I don't know what's going on here. There's 3 different ways to do a different thing or the same thing. An optional grid auto rows value for the size of the rows, then after the / you handle grid template columns. This kind of value will get our grid to lay out in rows when needed rather than in columns as in the previous example. Here are some examples. How about a grid that creates as many 100 pixel rows as needed and 500 columns that occupy 1 FR each. Okay, so yeah, you just try to understand how it gets unpacked. What about a grid that creates a single column with as many 100 pixel rows as needed for the content? Autoflow 100 pixels / auto. The auto zone. Auto columns is auto, autoflow is row. Auto rows is 100 pixels. None for template areas and template row. Template rows, and then auto for columns. Okay. You can see that the grid shorthand is very powerful, but arguably not particularly intuitive. For some people, the shorthand is preferable. For some, it is maddening. There's no right or wrong way. Just, you know, what is right or wrong with you. Or for you, not with you. It won't be long into working with grid before you hit a seemingly ridiculous shortcoming. If you are dealing with nested elements and wondering why on earth you are not able to make them align with your grid, welcome to the long list of other developers who have thought that very thing. So what can we do about it? Allowing nested elements to take part in the grid. It's important to be aware that when you define a grid, well, let's go back over to here for a second because we need to check that off. When you define a grid, it is only the direct descendant elements of that grid element that can participate in the layout. The children of those direct descendants cannot. There are more flexible solutions to this shortcoming on the horizon in the form of subgrid. However, right now subgrid only has an implementation in Firefox and Safari, so we will only take a cursory look at it in a moment. One way we can work around this particular problem right now is display contents. What the display contents declaration does is effectively make the layout aspect of the element it is set on, and crucially not the accessibility side, disappear, allowing the children of that element to behave visually as if the parent element didn't exist. Let's consider this markup and try this for yourself as we go by playing with example there. Okay. All right, well, we'll get this one going, and then I guess we'll just have to remove that shorthand syntax because we don't really need that. Yeah, I know it's a directory. And let's go. Oh, God, that's terrible. What? What? Okay, so let's do this here. HTML5, we got that. Div class child, child 1, child 2. Grandchild. Okay, they're saying it's saying that we're done. Okay, we're done. Yeah. So let's finish up. I'm really tired, to be honest with you. I think what we'll do is we should probably end off here. And I'm gonna call it a day. I am tired. I'm very tired. So let's just add in the CSS here and try to see what's happening here. So let's add in. Right, so here's our thing here. Let's go into it's not over there. Hang on a second. Oops. There it is. Okay. All right. Display grid. Grid is gonna repeat 2 and 200 pixels. There we go. And then we're going to use the class, the attribute selector class. If it contains child, contains child, is that what it is? Yeah, if it contains the word child, the string child anywhere in the element there. Yeah, that's what we got. The 2 grandchildren elements are not taking part in the grid, and then so you can take this by doing display contents, and now they do. By setting the parent element to display contents, we are allowing the element to display its content and therefore allowing those elements to participate in the grid layout. You are then able to position those elements in the grid as if the parent element didn't exist. Then the subgrid value. So we're going to leave off here. Page 163. So this is allowing nested. And this is RWD. Chapter 5, page 163. We will switch to our main branch and is it squashed or squash? Can't remember. There we go. Yeah, we have all this. What we'll do is we'll commit this. Right, and then we just do a git commit there. We don't have to. Yeah, Yes, for some reason it's opening this up in a VS Code thing instead. Okay. Squashed commit of the following. So we'll just say this is day 29. Save that, yeet that, skirt that. Hey, exit out. Day 29. Push to main. And that's it for today. So the next day that we do this is gonna be a couple days. It's gonna be a week or so. Yeah. So 192 is where we are on here. Let me take a look at where we are. Progress here, 38%, we're done. Okay. Yeah, so that was it for today, and nothing upcoming that I have scheduled. So I'll think about that. I'm going to take a break over the next week and set up the Twitch side of it. And that way I don't have to create those like thumbnail images, which are kind of just annoying. They're kind of stupid anyway. Yeah, I think it ends up being better that way. I don't know what else to say. I'm really tired. So bravo to us, I guess. We passed the exam. We got our certification for responsive web design. We worked a little bit on CSS Grid from the book there. I'm signing off right now. We don't have that one set up. I'll set that up over the break. So that's it for today. Have a great weekend. Enjoy the World Cup. I am going to enjoy the World Cup. And what do we got? We got like a couple more weeks of that World Cup going on. It's gonna be more like 2 more weeks or so. 3 more weeks? 2 or 3, I think. Yeah, but I will see you over at Twitch. If you'd like to participate in the chat over there, that would be great. You can check out my links on the link tree, and also just send the Ko-fi. I have to go, like, there's a lot of stuff I need to work on to merge my solves thing with the, because I kind of did this in 2 separate ways. I did a streamer bot for solves and a streamer bot for codes, and 2 different OBS profiles. So I have to merge both of those, all of those things together, and it's gonna be a bit. And I need my focus, and I need to be able to take a rest in between. And I just don't want to stream a lot of that, but I will. I will try to do some of that stuff on Twitch. But we will kick back day 30 over on Twitch. Hopefully the 2nd week of July, which I think is the 9th. I'm not sure. Or it might be the 6th. I don't remember. 6th, 7th? 6th, 7th. There you go. That's it for now. I am very tired. Have a great weekend. It's Friday. And ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.